Thank you. Hmm. That's that's true. Hmm. Nice. Mm. Oh, did you make it less common ever since? Sorry. Mm, I see. Ah, nobody would pick up, probably. Mm, yes. Yes. Uh-huh. I see. Do you want to take a moment? I'm sorry, it was just a suggestion. Mm. Oh. Yeah, it would be. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Pinkie Pie is great and creepy. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mhm. Excuse me? I don't know. Sorry. Hmm. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, sometimes I wish I didn't know as much as I do now. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is a problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is awful. Hmm. Mhm. That's true. Mhm. Mm. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Mm. Squeeze. Yeah. Mm. Mhm. Yeah. Mm. Sounds like it helped you. Double? No. You're not. You can't be heard on the stream. Only I can be heard on the stream. Mm. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Well, that's good, baby. God, I love this pony room. So great the way you assemble everything. No. Mm. Uh-huh. That's what I tell myself every day. No, I was talking about books. As in, I don't have that many. I only have a couple of books. Couple hundred. Hmm. Or maybe you did while you were sorting. Well, why don't you just make a new box for the ones you get now, and then when you find them, you can put. Yeah. Hmm. I wish I could help you. Yeah, you're doing good.
Good as a former president, and as a president, and you said only if I live a long time. Yeah, that's true. How do you rate?
Hmm. Hmm. I see. Oh. Horror themes. Okay. Okay.
So,
Oh. Hmm. Ready. Hmm. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. I was reading while you were gone. Mm, yeah, I'm ready. Yeah? No? I was just focused on it, maybe. 3, 2, 1, go.
So, it's time for me to return to the heavens.
Leaving already, Gale Decarios? I think not. You have something of mine. The crown of Carsus. I'm not going to take it. He's going to give it to me, as promised. Isn't that right, Gale?
You're an alluring figure, Raphael. I confess, I took a liking to you the moment we met. We have something in common after all. Ambition. But here's where we differ. You have lofty goals, and the crown is the key to them. You're desperate to get your claws on it. Ambition is your bread and bloody butter. But it's more than that to me. It's my domain. And I think in your case, I'll bend the rules and make things a little more interesting for both of us.
Do not toy with me, wizard.
I thought you liked playing games. You can have the crown, Raphael, but you'll need to come and collect it from my realm.
You can't do this!
I rather think I can. Ta-ta for now.
Oh,
That was immensely satisfying. I need to go and prepare for him to come knocking at my door. The question is, do you wish to go with me? To become a god at my side?
oh, damn.
I hit him where he's most vulnerable, pricked his pride and sent him back to the hells to lick his wounds. He'll be back. The question is, will he find us side by side? That is for you to decide, my love. Ambition made me what I am. What drives you, we have yet to discover. Your domain will come to you as you settle into divinity. I can't wait to see what you'll become. Then follow my lead. Close your eyes. How do you feel?
Oh, yeah.
And that's just the beginning. I have so much more to show you.
That is the rule, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is very beautiful. Very beautiful setting, though. Well, that's not half bad for an ending. god of ambition. Hmm. Uh, I guess. But being friends with a god isn't bad. Yeah. Yeah, I feel for your if you romance him and then come with him and decide that you're gonna be a god, you would choose something to balance him out. I feel like that would be the best thing to do. Hmm. Ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Mm, tease me. Now, would Astarion like you to give in?
Someone asked you, I don't again be too morbid, but this is what you said. He asked you if you could wind up doing more good as a former president than as a president. And you said, only if I live a long time. Yeah, that's true. Make peace in the Middle East, pass a budget that gives millions of kids a chance to have after-school programs and has a huge increase in college aid at home. You got a lot of different moving parts, and you can move them out.
What do you mean?
That is,
Ah,
President Bush
ah.
did not run for president to deal with 9/11, but once it happened, it wasn't as if we had data, the new data after I won the election. I realized that I would have to work much harder to reduce the deficit, and therefore I would have less money in my first year to invest in things I want to invest in. So what is it that you can do as a former president? So what you can do as a former president, I interview with former President Clinton. This week, he hosted his second annual Global Initiative Forum in New York. More than $7 billion was spent to tackle some of the worst problems in developing countries, such as poverty, disease.
Yeah, I get it. Mm. Hmm? Oh. Mm. Mm. Thank you. Hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would like to see it. Both, actually. Mhm. Me? Well, I guess in terms of approaching this topic, I do feel more feisty today, so yeah, I guess I am. Mm.
I want it to be perfect, to bond with you in the way the gods do, intertwining our spirits in visions of the weave.
Why? Oh, well, Joshua, you don't happen to be a wizard, do you? Are you? Mm, yeah. Mm, mm, mm. No, you're a little possessive.
Well, howdy
Mm,
there, Internet people.
I
It's
I
Bo
love
again. So,
that. Mm, 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 mm-hmm. Are you okay? Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You need that. Mm. I know, I know. Squeeze. Hmm. It looks so easy when you do it, but I remember really having problems doing this when I was playing with you. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, I need to go let the dogs out. No. I like your opinion. You're fine. Now you really did. Oh, okay. Hmm. Oh, I know that feeling. I was always jealous of this one girl in my class in elementary school that managed that she could just sound like Stitch. Like if you heard her talk, you could have sworn that she actually voiced Stitch. It was incredible. And I always wanted to be able to do that. Mm, 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 true. Hmm, that makes sense. Mm, 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 mhm, mhm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Mhm, mhm, uh-huh, I see. Mhm, mhm. Mhm. Oh, I still need to go let the dogs out. Mm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mhm. No. Oh my god.
I'll be right back.
Did you just grumble? Oh, I heard the kiss, but I thought you were grumbling before that.
Okay. BIP. Mhm. Hello. Hey, baby. Sorry. Let's call it mom alarm. Wow. Nestle, Nestle. How are you? You okay? Hmm. Kettle, kettle, kettle. You sound relaxed. That's great. Oh, well. Sounds good. I'm ready. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're so funny. Wow.
Greetings, traveler.
Uh-oh. Oh my god. Are you sure we watched 24 then? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I am ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog.
Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring. And become the Elden Lord.
There's a special kind of disorientation that occurs when listening to a FromSoft opening storyboard for the first time. Try to recall, if you can, back to when you first played Dark Souls, whether that was in 2011 or just last week. And within seconds of completing the character creation, we're immediately bombarded with the rapid fire of proper nouns and dense mythology of the opening cutscene. Something about ancient dragons, a Zeus character named Gwyn, fire, and some kind of curse. To us, without knowing the particulars, though it sure was pretty, it was damn near unintelligible. And it even seemed a bit generic, seemingly selected from a grab bag of fantasy tropes. But with each successive playthrough, the opening cinematic began to make a bit more sense, and finally, one day, after the 5th or 6th or maybe 12th time finishing the game, it was clear that the entire world's structure, narrative, and metaphysical philosophy had been revealed within only a short couple of minutes. The Prometheus moment of the first flame, the cosmic dualism at the heart of its Eastern-influenced philosophy, the tragic inevitability of the waning fire, and the consequences of refusing to move on. It's all there, right from the get-go. But it takes a while for any of that to register, to make any kind of sense. And that's sort of the point. As opposed to the introduction of, say, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, which earnestly attempts to explain thousands of years of fictional history in a few minutes to get the viewer up to speed as quickly and efficiently as possible, the introductory cutscenes of FromSoft games are quite aware that you're not going to understand it all the first time around. Successive playthroughs reward the attentive player, and each new viewing brings yet another epiphany. So it is perhaps even more so with Elden Ring's opening sequence. Sure, at first it sounded like pure nonsense. Be honest, you chuckled too when the narrator named, while somehow keeping a straight face,
The loathsome dung eater!
But then, as with Dark Souls, after the first playthroughs, it began to make at least some sense, even if the full story remained mysterious as ever. It tells the story of the shattering of the Elden Ring, whatever that actually is, the ensuing Shattering War, whatever the actual details of those battles were, and the revival of the Tarnished, even though we don't really know their whole story. As with Dark Souls, on repeat playthroughs, one uncovers the hints of major story elements that were there all along. The dual nature of Marika and Radagon, one shattering and one attempting to mend the Elden Ring, the theft by Moog of Mikola from his cocoon in the Halig Tree, and so on. It really is impressive just how much attention to detail is on display in these scenes. But even now, after innumerable playthroughs and many millions of hours of collective story analysis, not all of its mysteries have been fully revealed. Take, for example, the true nature of the Tarnished, who we are told in this opening cutscene live in a land across the fog. What is this fog? Where are we actually from? Based on the character selection options, we Tarnished may have quite disparate backgrounds. Some of us are descendants of astrologers, some of the Newmen, some are samurai, for God's sake. And yet, we may all hear the call of long-lost grace and be summoned back to the lands between. Speaking of which, just how did we make it back to the lands between in the first place? And just kind of magically appear at the Chapel of Anticipation. Even more mysteriously, just as the narrator beckons us to rise from the dead and heed the call of long-lost grace, we are shown a scene from a location which does not even exist in-game. A scene from a cold crypt, with countless dead Tarnished being blessed by a priest performing some kind of sacred ritual. All while the voiceover narration tells us to
Oh, rise now, ye Tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
The implication is clear, even if the full story remains opaque. In this scene, dead Tarnished are being resurrected and impressed into Marika's service by the call of long-lost Grace. But where this scene takes place and what its full context is remains strangely elusive. Why were we sent outside the Lands Between in the first place? Why and how are we being called back now? In this episode, we will attempt to unveil the mystery of this scene, and what it reveals about the guidance of Grace, the land beyond the fog, and us, the Tarnished. One cannot understand the Tarnished without first understanding Grace, that which we as Tarnished were deprived of. Luckily, trusty old Vare is here to help.
Are you familiar with Grace, the golden light that gives life to you, Tarnished? You may also behold its golden rays pointing in a particular direction at times. That is the guidance of Grace, the path that a Tarnished must travel.
And Melina tells us much the same.
This tiny golden aura is the grace of the Erdtree. This light once shone in the eyes of your tarnished brethren, but now it is all that guides you. Or so I hear. You can see them, can't you? The rays of grace that guide you through your burden.
So the guidance of Grace is what guides us Tarnished through our journey. It gives us our purpose, and it manifests in our eyes, quite literally changing how we see the world. Beyond that, it animates us. It gives us the power of resurrection, something Miyazaki himself addressed before the game's release. He said, quote, "The immortality of the Tarnished originates with the guidance of Grace. Tarnished are those who have died outside the Lands Between, only to be awakened by Grace and beckoned there. That's where your story begins in Elden Ring. That guidance won't let the character go." End quote. So it is simultaneously that which animates, guides, and also binds us. But we also learn quite early on that not all Tarnished can see Grace.
By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of Grace. You do. Wonderful news. Most Tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed.
And we learn through her hood that Roderica never saw the guidance of Grace at all. Some are blessed by Grace, others are not. And it is a personal, individualized bestowal. As with the tragedy of Ludwig's Holy Moonlight, the guidance of Grace is a private, elusive sort. At this point, the religious connotation should be clear. Grace is bestowed through the power of the Erdtree. Those with it view themselves as guided by their god's will, and those without it are judged harshly by this religious orthodoxy. To take just one of innumerable examples, the Albinaurics are said to, quote, live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace, end quote. In other words, they are impure because they are without grace, and they are persecuted for it. Those with grace, conversely, are the chosen ones. Likewise, the purpose or objective of grace is not particularly mysterious. It wants, if we can directly ascribe it agency, us to brandish the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. Once again, the opening cutscene lays it all out pretty clearly.
To stand before the Elden Ring. And become the Elden Lord.
He is. That
But
does
where
make me
things start
chuckle.
to get really interesting is when we reflect on the apparent arbitrariness of its favor.
Thank
Nowhere
you.
better exemplified than by the arc of Godfrey and his kinsfolk,
Not that
the
I
Tarnished.
need it, but thank you.
We know from Horalu's remembrance that Godfrey was robbed of his grace, leading him down the path of exile to a land outside the lands between. In essence, the diaspora that sets up the Zionism at the heart of the Tarnished central purpose. And for once, we actually get to hear from one of the key players in this story herself, when Melina channels Marika.
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Again, the superficial elements are clear enough. Marika robbed the Tarnished, us, of our grace, and exiled us to beyond the fog, whatever that means. While it's true that the rusted anchor strongly suggests that the Tarnished left by boat, likely from the Weeping Peninsula, clearly that's not how we return to the lands between. After all, we arrive, more or less magically, after being bestowed grace at the Chapel of Anticipation, a towering and isolated sea stack rising hundreds of meters above the water, something that would be completely infeasible to reach by ship. Not to mention the door of the chapel is closed when we arrive, further suggesting that we magically materialize there, likely in much the same way that we fast travel to sites of grace. Suffice it to say, we do not sail back to the lands between. Precisely why Godfrey and his kin were robbed of grace is, of course, never specified. But for now, the point we would like to highlight is the pure arbitrariness of it all. Marika just gets to decide, seemingly on a whim, that she will rob us of our grace, and then basically give it back whenever she feels like it. The utter powerlessness and lack of agency of Godfrey and his clan is striking. Much figurative ink has been spilt trying to figure out just what Marika's master plan really is, and the difficulty in doing so only reinforces that her actions are, in the end, inscrutable. It is indeed frustrating to not know the intentions of the central agent of this world, and we, as the puppet Tarnished, can only look around for evidence of our strings. But to those who are versed in Christian theology, from which the game draws heavy inspiration, this should all be quite familiar. God's plan is ineffable, and if you think you understand Marika's plan, you should at least consider the possibility that your understanding relies not on gnosis, but on faith. The concept of grace is fundamental to both classical and modern Christian theology, though, as with everything else in religion, different factions will differ quite vigorously in their interpretations. There is broad agreement that grace is the spontaneous and, importantly, unmerited gift of divine favor and influence from God to his subjects. The unmerited component is key here. It is freely given or taken away by God. It is not earned by the recipient. The Gospels, written originally in Greek, use the term charis, which simply means that which is given, again emphasizing the point. Grace is a gift from God. The grace of Elden Ring's God operates in much the same way. As Marika giveth, she may also taketh away. Grace is not earned in any meaningful sense by the Tarnished, nor was it lost in the first place due to a lack of merit. Indeed, quite the opposite. Godfrey is said to have lost his grace right at the peak of his powers, after he had conquered the lands between for Marika and had no more enemies left to vanquish. The dialogue between Marika and Godfrey here highlights precisely the apparent capriciousness of her giving and then taking away grace. No doubt Marika does indeed have a plan, but like any Christian will tell you about God's plan, it is forever obscure and unknowable to us. But that is not the only inspiration taken from Christian doctrine on grace. Among the sources of theological disagreement between various denominations of Western Christianity is the question of the so-called means of grace. That is to say, how is it that grace is actually bestowed? On the one extreme, the Calvinists believe that grace is irresistible, that it is simply given by God, and the recipient plays no role in accepting it whatsoever. But Catholic doctrine holds something quite different, specifically emphasizing the role of the sacraments, in other words, holy rituals, in bestowing grace. Of course, politically this means the Church and its priests wield far more power, so the institution has every incentive to emphasize the power of the sacraments. But let's leave aside that cynical realpolitik for now. The key for this discussion is that grace can be given through holy ritual, which brings us, finally, to the mysterious scene in the opening cinematic, in which the tarnished are bestowed with grace. Here we are shown a scene with row upon row of dead, presumably tarnished, being ritually blessed with holy incense, over which the narrator beseeches us to arise ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. Simply put, this appears to be a kind of resurrection scene, and consistent with that interpretation, what follows in the opening cinematic is the enumeration of individual tarnished being called back to the lands between. Oralu, Goldmask, Fia, and so on. Presiding over the ceremony, at least in icon form, is Marika. But have you ever noticed that the statue of Marika here is inverted? Her arms are held below her shoulders, as opposed to the pose from her numerous statues, her other opening cutscene shot, or indeed the crucifixion pose seen within the Erdtree. In each of these, her body hangs and her arms are suspended above her, like in the Runark crucifixion scene, or indeed its real-world cognate. Here, the swirls of her dress are altered too. Typically, the larger swirl is at the level of her chest, but not so in this scene. The only similar pose to this is the one in the small stakes of Marika, which, interestingly, serve as resurrection points for the tarnished after death, as they call us back from the land of the dead, so to speak. And that may be exactly what's going on in this scene. Dead tarnished, so numerous that they can no longer even be fit into the coffins, are undergoing some kind of resurrection ritual. Here, we become dead who yet live. The whole scene has the characteristic hue of the Eternal Cities, and in the back we can just barely make out the characteristic Eternal City symbol, seen also on their giant crypt chairs. Make of that what you will. In the center of the frame, we can see the priest with a thurible, the Christian implement of holy incense, hovering over a seemingly fresh corpse, which, unlike the others, is not yet covered in a burial shroud. Perhaps inspired by the notion of real-world Catholic priests who bestow grace with their holy rituals known as sacraments, this scene shows grace being bestowed on the dead tarnished. Like Marika's dialogue says, we specifically have to die in the lands beyond the fog in order to come back to the lands between.
Ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed.
One possible explanation for this mortal requirement is that the bestowal of grace can only occur after death by the holy sacrament of resurrection. This would certainly not be the first time that Elden Ring has borrowed from and adapted Christian ritual, and even more specifically, the sacraments. If you've ever wondered what all those big covered bowls are in Lane Dell, well, they're quite specifically baptismal fonts, and the outer structure that contains them is known as a baptistry. Here in Lanedale, they are nearly identical to the real world.
Are you okay? What happened?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So, today we are going to talk about the Senate and money. Lots and lots and lots of money in November. We're going to talk about fundraising and how it is shaping up when you are talking about the various parties, where their strengths and weaknesses are. The short version here is that the Democratic Party is far outraising the Republican Party as far as senatorial candidates. And it's not just happening where you might expect. Ohio, Texas, Arizona, the Democratic candidate is outraising the Republican candidate. Let's do it this way. In Ohio, Brown has, I think, 12 million. The opponent, the Republican candidate, 1.2. Ted Cruz is being outraised. Carrie Lake is being outraised. The Republican Party has a fundraising issue. The Democratic Party, as far as those people in the Senate, those campaigns, and the various entities aligned with them, the PACs and stuff like that, it looks like they've already decided to spend around $300 million on advertising here in the next, starting, I guess, around fall. That's a lot of name recognition right there. Okay, so what does the Republican Party have as far as strengths and weaknesses? Well, you have to wonder where the money's going. I mean, that's the obvious question. And the answer is twofold. One, the primaries. There were some vicious primaries on the Republican side of the aisle. Money got spent. The other thing is that, well, a lot of the Republican supporters, well, they're buying Bibles and shoes and stock in a media company and donating to Trump. The money's going there. It's not going to the down ballot candidates. That has something to do with it as well. Those are pretty big weaknesses as far as the Republican Party goes. What do they have as far as strength? Rich people. I'm not joking. They have a lot of rich people. Rich people who are running for office who can self-fund their campaigns. That's what they have going for them. When it comes to competitive races, the dollar amounts, they matter. They matter. If you combine these dollar amounts with, hypothetically speaking, I don't know, ballot initiatives about reproductive rights, you may end up with an incredibly high turnout for the Democratic Party, and you may have them energized. People who may just be showing up to vote for the ballot initiative. The ad buys, that's going to help with name recognition, and it will probably influence who they vote for. The Republican plan to get the majority in the Senate, it's not looking good right now. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Wednesday. It's Wednesday, which must be Donald Trump's favorite day of the work week because his New York criminal trial for election interference is not in session, not on Wednesdays. So on Wednesdays, he does not have to sit in a courtroom for 8 hours where he must be quiet and cannot control what happens. And on Wednesdays, he does not have to listen as his lawyers and the judge read into the record the various nasty things that people say about him out in the real world. Because that's exactly what happened in Judge Juan Merchan's Manhattan courtroom yesterday. Now, again, for any American, I think, other than Trump himself, like negative talk about Donald Trump posts on social media is the most mundane thing imaginable. The fact of the matter is he's polarizing and he is unpopular. Those two things are true about him. More people dislike him than like him by a margin of nearly 12%, though that's been higher in the past. It's nothing new. And again, both in 2016 and 2020, Donald Trump lost the popular vote in this big, great, complicated country of ours by a significant margin, by 2.8 million votes in 2016, by 7 million votes in 2020. Neither election was that close, to be totally honest. In off-year elections, Trump has displayed what Vanity Fair calls a losing touch, with Trump-endorsed candidate after candidate going down. But because of that one victory in 2016, enabled by the anti-democratic quirk of our electoral system, many people grew to believe, and this narrative persists, that there's some small set of elites that dislike Donald Trump, but the real folks love him. And that perception just kind of exploded in a place where the realest of real people congregate. Where else can you find a cross-section of everyone registered to vote, holding a driver's license or paying income tax in a particular region than in a jury room in a courthouse? This week in Manhattan Criminal Court, hundreds of real people reported for jury duty, as is their constitutional civic privilege and duty, where many of them were considered for the very first trial of an ex-president. A bunch of them told the court up front, there's no way I could serve on this jury. There's no way I could be impartial about this man. Others who made it through the initial rounds of questioning, who said, I think I can do it, I think I'd be impartial, then had their social media posts about the former president read aloud into the official record as they and Trump sat and listened. It went something like a late-night Jimmy Kimmel mean tweets skit. Here are just a few examples taken straight from the court transcript. Quote, good news, Trump lost his court battle and his unlawful travel ban. Get him out and lock him up. Watch out for stupid tweets by DJT. The posts also included memes, like one described by Trump's lawyer Todd Blanche, quote, as a picture of President Obama and President Trump, and it says, I don't think this is what they meant by orange is the new black. Another juror, Blanche, posted a 1 minute and 30-second AI-generated video titled, I'm dumb as F, Trump 2024. Of course, there were some people in the jury pool who appeared to support Donald Trump, too, like the man who told the judge that he, quote, would love to serve for New York and one of our great presidents. Couldn't. He's got a job he's got to go to. And that man, too, representative of real people, Americans, a county, in fact, Manhattan, New York County, New York, where 85,000 people voted for Donald Trump in 2020 out of 700,000. That's what Donald Trump had to sit through yesterday. Now, keep in mind, this is a person whose entire life in some ways revolves around a sick and destructive desire for praise, as well as revenge against those who dare to say anything negative about him. That desire is so strong that he has an ever-present aide who reportedly follows Trump around with, and I'm quoting here because it's almost not believable, a wireless printer to provide him with an ongoing stream of good news from the internet. Presumably, she followed him to the bodega in Harlem yesterday after a long day in court, where it would not be crazy to suspect that Trump's staff might have instigated these chants among the crowd. Yes, Harlem Bodega is infamous for the spontaneous Trump crowds that break out into 4 more year chants. Trump's fragile ego was further on display today in a social media rant against Jimmy Kimmel, who slighted him at the Oscars last month after Trump attacked him. Remember, he did that thing mid-performance. And according to Trump, quote, stupid Kimmel still hasn't recovered from his horrendous performance, especially when he showed he suffered from TDS, commonly known as Trump derangement syndrome. He then went on to confuse Jimmy Kimmel with Al Pacino for like 4 more paragraphs in that post, which was... Now, anyone will tell you, and I'll be the first to admit, of course, Manhattan is not exactly representative of all America. But again, it's also home to like well over 1 million real actual people, real American citizens in all of our diversity and complexity. And people who do not like Donald Trump are every bit as American as those who do. In fact, and again, obvious point but understated, they are the majority. As the first 2 days of the first ever criminal trial of a former president has reminded us.
Hey everyone, MSN.
Hey everyone, it finally happened! Just after making my patch 7 is coming soon video, Larian decided to officially announce patch 7 themselves for Baldur's Gate 3. And they confirmed it is coming with the new additional evil endings. So in this video I'm going over the new stuff what they released, as well as some teasers about the new evil endings. So in the patch notes they say, we still have a few tricks up our sleeve. We are working on our next game update patch 7, which will add improved evil endings to the game, for even darker conclusions to your most sinister playthroughs. And yes, that includes you non-Dark Urge players. Without giving too much away, here's a little teaser for what's to come. But be warned, they may be some minor spoilers. After that, they show a scene where you mind control a bunch of people. At least I think so. And after that, a scene where the Dark Urge walks over a river of blood with ton of corpses and a blood moon, I think. It is vague, but intentionally, because they are teasers, but they both do look really cool. And now I can't wait myself to do a new full evil playthrough with the Dark Urge to play some of these new endings. It's really awesome that we're getting this. And let me remind you, some game companies sells you this stuff as DLC. But for Baldur's Gate 3, it's just part of a free update. That's impressive, so thank you Larian. Oh, and their composer Bobby, who won a BAFTA award, even made a new dark theme for these new endings. So let's hear it for a little bit. That sounds really cool. Patch 7 will also include more bug fixes, the introduction to official modding tools, which lets you change the game visuals, animation, sound, stats and a whole lot more. And Larian also confirms they are working on crossplay and photo mode, but these additions will likely be further down the road in later patches. After this, Larian shares they want some additional internal playtesting and are doing also a closed beta on PC where a select number of players can playtest patch 7 ahead of its release. And they confirm more info on this is coming in the upcoming weeks. Then Larian also shared some additional words that they have shared before, that I also covered in earlier videos. They again confirmed they won't release DLC or expansions for Baldur's Gate 3, and also that they won't work on Baldur's Gate 4. This is because they want to follow their own creativity and develop their own IPs. They are currently working on 2 new projects and they couldn't be more excited about what the future has in store. They do share it's still too early to talk about them and we'll know more about them later. And I intend to cover these games as well, so subscribe if you want to stay up to date with them. But then Sven closes their announcement with the following words. I don't know if we're going to pull it off, but looking at our narrative, visual and gameplay plans, I think what we're working on now will be our best work ever. I get excited like a kid watching the key imagery, want to show it to everyone now and grumble in frustration at having to wait until it's actually all working. Yes, it's hype, but it's hype because it really looks and feels good. So basically this announcement confirmed my predictions for my last video and that more news is coming in the upcoming weeks about this patch. And that they're working on something big for the next 2 games, and I also cannot wait what they have in store. They also went over the BAFTA awards in this announcement, but I already went over that in my previous video, so make sure to watch it after this one if you're interested in that. And personally, I'm very excited for more evil endings, with additional cutscenes and even new music tracks to support them. And I'm also looking forward to hearing more news in the upcoming weeks. But what are you mostly excited for in this patch? And are you also gonna play a new evil run? Do share it with me in the comments down below. And with that, thank you all for watching and I will see you next time.
Squeeze. Nothing really. I was just baking in my bakery.
Well, apparently there's a limit. Somewhere. What in the sweet house?
I'm ready. Should I just watch it? 3, 2, 1, go.
What in the sweet hells were you thinking? Activating that lance? I was right there! Bolt! Do you have any idea how much that hurt? Well, apparently there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun! Next time, just warn me before you do something stupid. At least then I can get out of the blast radius. Now, shall we go? Or do you have any other chaos you need to unleash here? Gladly.
The voice actor does such a good job. Did such a good job.
Mm.
Sometimes I'm like, my therapist doesn't really tell me anything I don't already know. But then I remember I used to eat scrambled eggs every single morning because I hated them. But I hated them less than I hate all other breakfast food. Don't at me. Waffles are a weekend food and they do not start me on a productive path. And my therapist said, why not eat a lunch food? And I said, explain. And she said, you know you're allowed to eat whatever food you want in the morning. You're not bound by law to the traditional American breakfast. My father's insurance pays $100 an hour for a woman to give me permission to eat a PB&J at 6 in the morning. Sometimes I'm like, my
Mm. Something he said in the video? Excuse me? I'm not entirely sure, but I know it happened after he talked about the basins. Basin? No, which one is the correct one again? Right, it is basin, okay. Right. That makes sense. I'm sorry, I don't have any idea what triggered you. Okay. Okay. All right, baby, sure.
The peculiar lamp. This item is found in the basement of Sorcerer's Sundries, also known as the Vault, hidden past a illusory door which is right behind the first treasure chest you run into on your left. When you touch the peculiar lamp, you'll be teleported inside and greeted by a genie who thanks you for rescuing him because you're now trapped in the lamp. Inside of it is a ton of scrolls, potions, and other treasure, including a scroll of Summon Quasit. If you summon the Quasit, then you are teleported
to the real-world structures where the sacrament of baptism is performed.
I can if you want me to. Well, not if you want me to, but do you have anything? Then I guess I could do it. Unless you ask because there's something you want to do. Okay. Was that your stomach? Mm. Mm. Yeah, it also triggers mine. I mean, my anxiety, not your anxiety. If you want to. $21.04. Ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Although, instead of anointing with holy water, it is the blessed sap of the Erd Tree. So important was this sacrament that Mikola even deliberately tried to replicate it with his new Erd Tree, the Halig Tree. Furthermore, marriage is a sacrament, and we know Elden Ring's story puts heavy thematic weight on the symbolic power of marriage. We become Elden Lord by restoring Marika so that we may marry her, or by marrying Ranni, in the latter case literally sliding a ring of betrothal on her. And of course, Mohg intends to start a new dynasty by marrying Mikola. So clearly this game has taken quite specific inspiration from the Christian sacraments, not just borrowing their aesthetics but cleverly adapting their rituals to tell an in-game story. And here, in this mysterious crypt scene, there appears to be occurring, effectively, the sacrament of resurrection, of bestowal of grace through sacred rite and blessed incense. Speaking of incense, though, like Marika's statue, the incense too is peculiar. It's flowing down, which is just, well, it's not right. And it's not just the thurible held by the priest, either. Even those hanging from the ceiling exhibit this peculiar feature. Everything's a little bit off in this scene. Marika's pose is inverted, the smoke from the incense flows down. We've seen this oddness before, and quite recently in fact. In the DLC trailer there is, effectively, a bizarro world Church of Cuckoo from the Shadow Realm. in which all of the elements are there: the pews, the same stepped altar, the bird cages, and even a carrion on a throne, and yet everything's a bit off. Likewise, in the crypt scene of the opening cinematic, the same features are there, but they're somehow warped. One explanation is that this scene, like the bizarro Church of Cuckoo, actually takes place in the Shadow Realm, with rows upon rows of dead Tarnished being called back to the lands between. Which would mean that the Land of Shadow is among the lands of exile of the Tarnished. That perhaps rather than sending the Tarnished to go die in some faraway land across a physical sea, Marika sent them, or at least some of them, to die in the Shadow Realm. This would certainly be consistent with what little we know of the Shadow Realm so far, that it is a place where those outside the Golden Order would be hidden, and that it was a place that became physically disconnected from the lands between. Based on Marika's veil hanging from the shadow tree, veiling the sky itself, and her characteristic cloak hanging on several buildings within the Shadow Realm, it seems likely that Marika herself played a role in its disconnection. So if Marika has the ability to veil the Shadow Realm, and she also has the ability to bestow and revoke grace, then perhaps these two stories, the story of the Tarnishing and the story of the Shadow Realm, are intertwined. Rather than hopping on a boat to get back to the lands between, which, again, we clearly don't do, we are summoned by Marika, whenever she pleases, through the bestowal of grace and the lifting of the veil. Now, before you start typing in all caps, we're not suggesting it's anything as simple as the Badlands equaled the Land of Shadow, but there are some intriguing connections here, and regardless of whether you accept this specific interpretation, we're betting that we'll be learning quite a bit more about the Tarnished in the DLC. And now to return to the question that started this analysis. What is grace? On the one hand, the symbolic answer is clear. It is the spontaneous and unmerited gift of light from Marika that allows us to resurrect and fulfill our mission. And while it is manifestly the power of the Erd Tree conveyed through Marika, the Elden Ring's vessel, it also requires this ritual ceremony of bestowal. But beyond that, towards the central mystery of how grace and its revocation from the Tarnished relates to Marika's plan, its bestowal on a near industrial scale here tells us a few very important things. For one, it tells us that, yes, indeed, Marika likely planned all along for the Tarnished to resurrect and return to the lands between. How else to explain the quite complicated ceremony taking place here? This is not something that emerges spontaneously. And once again, it is clear that the ceremony itself is of significance to the main plot of the game, because there is no wasted space in this opening cinematic. Every frame tells a story. Furthermore, the fact that the sacrament is occurring without Marika herself present, in other words, that she has appointed a dedicated clergy to carry out this bestowal in her absence, tells us that she likely anticipated her own absence, that she knew she would have lost control over the power to bestow grace, and took measures to ensure that her army of Tarnished would still be created. Likely this reflects her knowledge of the personal consequences of the shattering of the Elden Ring, that she would end up imprisoned and near powerless in the Erd Tree. This army of undead, so to speak, being created in secret in an unknown location, is just one of her many contingencies, and it strongly implies that she foresaw the punishment that would befall her after the shattering of the ring. And finally, the presence of the Eternal City symbol here does seem to indicate that she hatched this plan quite early on in her reign, perhaps even before the nameless Eternal City of Leyndell was banished underground. As her moniker, the Eternal, suggests, Marika has plenty of independent ties to the Newman and to the Eternal Cities. and so the creation, in secret, of an effectively immortal army of Tarnished would be the ultimate trump card in the ages-long struggle between these cultures. If one flashpoint was the Night of the Black Knives, perpetrated by Numen assassins, then what does it tell us about Marika's role that her response to that catastrophe was to begin preparations for the wars to come by creating the Tarnished Resurrection Sacrament? So finally, imagine you are a Tarnished living outside the Lands Between, awaiting the call of long-lost grace, a call that, for all you know, may never come. Your life is a bloody and Sisyphean struggle, but one day, upon a particularly auspicious death, your body is taken for preparation for the Holy Sacrament, to be bathed in holy frankincense and blessed with grace, such that you may return to the Lands Between. What you would experience moments after death would be the light of grace miraculously becoming visible. Indeed, that is what we can see in the opening cutscene happening to several Tarnished characters. Having been blessed with grace, you would awake amidst a sea of fog, now able to traverse this liminal space and re-enter the Lands Between. Of course, your experience would not be of a priest performing the sacrament. You're already dead. Instead, what you would experience would be the light of grace caressing your open palm. That you would awake in a chapel with a holy maiden awaiting your arrival is certainly no coincidence, which of course would mean that the sea of fog that all Tarnished cross is not so much a physical barrier able to be traversed by ship, but a metaphysical one. In essence, how one returns from the underworld, the world of things without grace. Indeed, it may even be referred to as a fog because of the hazy smoke of ritual incense that one faintly perceives as the last thing before they wake up in the Lands Between. Sure enough, if you look carefully and follow the trail of incense from the body being currently attended to, on down the line to those just previously blessed, you can see that each body is becoming progressively less corporeal, less physical, as it transmigrates from one realm to the next. As the ritual takes effect, the Tarnished heed the call of long-lost grace, to fulfill their mission, to return to the Lands Between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring.
Yeah. But I should probably get my toothbrush first. Excuse me? My toothbrush?
So
it's in the bathroom back here, not upstairs. Mom isn't awake anymore. She's asleep. I was just trying to reassure you that I'm not gonna be too long. I'll be right back, okay?
Vampires used to roam the earth, and you can't convince me otherwise.
Yes, I can. Watch this.
These are burial cages from the medieval times, and they were to prevent the undead from escaping from their graves.
No, they aren't, and no, they weren't. These are not called burial cages, and they definitely were not intended to keep the dead from rising out of their graves. I know that you're just making up your own facts in order to get views on a video, but the actual purpose of these is almost just as interesting as what you said. So you could have just done that and it would have made a perfectly good video. But since you didn't, I suppose I should. I fully accept that right now I'm probably preaching to the choir a little bit because just about every comment on his video is pointing out that these are not what he says they are. So at the risk of redundancy, these are not burial cages. They are called mort safes, and they were invented in the 1800s in England. In the early 1800s, it was common practice for medical students to learn anatomy on real human subjects. Obviously no longer living human subjects, I would hope that goes without saying. Of course, the best place you could go to find an abundance of these subjects is a graveyard. There were people who made their living by supplying these places of higher education with subjects. They would do this by going to a graveyard shortly after a burial and liberating the recently deceased in the name of science. As you can imagine, people were like, whoa, that's my grandpa, hands off. So since the living didn't want to see their deceased family members exhumed and put under the scalpel by a bunch of hungover frat guys, they started to do this. They would lock the bodies into the ground. Now the one thing that unites us all as human is we all really love our burial rituals, so as you can imagine, people got pretty creative with their mort safe ideas. There were of course the metal cages that we were just looking at. These could either be opened by way of a padlock or one contiguous piece of metal. There were also designs like these ones where they would use large stones to make sure that no one could get to the ground underneath. Now, of course, these precautions were only available to the rich and famous who could afford this. But death truly is the great equalizer, so no matter what your financial status was in life, you could still be at the mercy of the body snatchers, meaning that poorer members of society had to figure out their own methods. People who could not afford mort safes would use cobblestones, pebbles, or flowers. And while these things didn't make it any more difficult for someone to exhume the remains, they did act as a bit of a detection system, with the intention that hopefully a family member would notice that it had been disturbed and be able to report it to proper authorities in time to catch the criminal. Alright, let's see what else he has to say.
They would drive stakes through the mouths, hearts, hands, feet of the deceased in order to pin them down to the ground.
I will leave you with one word. Superstition. Do you want to know what you have in common with a bunch of people from the Middle Ages who didn't know any better? You both believe in vampires. There were people back then who were genuinely terrified of them and thought they were an actual threat. Now, of course, not knowing any better, they took precautions like these. This does not prove that vampires exist. If anything, it proves that human superstition is so deep-rooted that it can exist even at a time of the internet where every answer you could ever want is available at the push of a button. So let me leave you with this. Vampires do not exist, and we have never existed.
New man just dropped. Sorry, I just really wanted to open my video that way. If you've been keeping up to date with any archaeological news, or really any news for that matter, for the last couple of weeks, you may have seen this guy.
The Battle of Gettysburg, what an unbelievable, I mean, it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible and so beautiful in so many different ways. It represented such a big portion of the success of this country. Gettysburg, wow.
That is plagiarized almost directly from my 7th grade book report, Gettysburg, wow. I did not, well, is that even my name back there? It was vicious and horrible and beautiful. Is he talking about a Civil War battle or a horse giving birth? Like, it was bloody, but it's life.
The Battle of Gettysburg, what an
I told you we had one solution. You rejected it. I told you I sought only one thing. Freedom. You have denied me this. You have exhausted our alliance, and in so doing, you have ruined us all. I did everything I could to avoid this, but it seems you have whittled my options down to a single one. In order to survive, I must now join the Netherbrain.
We're out of options.
At the risk of being stereotyped, we could still drain all.
We all are. At the end of everything, the final stands up. Tick-tock. You can't avoid talking to me forever. Are we? Cute. But you can't. Who's the aspiring heroes of Baldur's Gate? Listen. Tune your mind, and you can hear the astronomy, the world's, the grand finale. Have a how undignified. More than generous in my dealings with you.
Hello?
And you'd be some. We could have been allies.
Hi, baby.
Now I dictate the lasso. In mere moments, the thing the city will burn, your world will shed. Or in the
I am
space
ready.
remnant.
You've never been more sure.
Save yourself. I provide the Orphic hammer with which you can free Prince Orpheus. And when the brain is defeated, you see and out.
There we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Wow.
Oh.
Of all the many technological and cultural innovations of humankind, perhaps none was more transformative than the deceptively simple act of cultivating plants for food. This innovation was the critical step in the so-called Neolithic Revolution, which saw humans transform from small bands of hunter-gatherers to permanent settlements of ever-increasing size and complexity. And though it would take some thousands of years to, for all intents and purposes, fully replace hunter-gatherer populations on Earth, once Pandora's box was opened, so to speak, humankind was set irrevocably on the path towards what we call civilization. Everything that came after, the great monumental achievements of society, the architectural wonders of the world, some vanished into dust, others partially preserved in stone, even writing itself, all of this was made possible by the technological feat of agriculture. And the ancients knew this. The inhabitants of the ancient Mesopotamian city of Uruk, home of the semi-mythological hero Gilgamesh, told the story of how the arts and knowledge of civilization, collectively known as Me, including the knowledge of agriculture and, of course, divine kingship, were stolen from the god Enki by the goddess Inanna, and delivered by boat to the people of Uruk. The Japanese myths contained within the Shoki tell us the story of how the sun goddess Amaterasu, supposed matriarch of the Japanese imperial line to this day, took seeds from the corpse of the goddess Ukamochi and gifted them to mankind, thereby marking the advent of agriculture. It is for this reason that she is commonly depicted carrying bushels of wheat. The brilliance of her sunlight and the art of agriculture she bestowed together make civilization possible. Pretty much all cultures around the world have some kind of deity of the harvest or bounty, and often they are women. Besides Amaterasu, perhaps the most famous would be Demeter, or Ceres as she is known to the Romans, the etymology of our word cereal, and her daughter Persephone. So significant are these pair of goddesses that they are the main subject of the famous Eleusinian mysteries. Both of these goddesses control and bestow the bountiful harvest. In fact, it is Persephone's annual descent into the underworld that demarcates the end of the harvest season and the beginning of winter. But crucially, the goddess of the harvest also controls bounty of an entirely different kind. Both Demeter and Persephone are goddesses of fertility. This too is not unusual. To the ancient peoples of the world across many different cultures, there seemed to be something fundamentally similar about the ability to produce new life from a womb and the ability to cultivate the land. If you remain unconvinced by this argument so far, just remember that Miyazaki has already included such a connection in his games, well versed as he is in such mythological tropes. In Philionor, the Persephone myth is manifest, a slumbering goddess of eternal spring. Her sister, the goddess Guinevere, is explicitly revered as a goddess of fertility, not that we needed any reminding based on her visual design and her suggestively recumbent pose. and the Grand Cathedral of Anne Orlando, in which she resided, is adorned with images of bountiful harvest. Once again, the linking of fertility and harvest is quite explicit. We do not know why this is so commonly seen in ancient cultures, but one possibility is that it reflects the fact that in the early days of the transition between hunter-gatherers and farmers, it was a woman who had the eureka moment and began the process of cultivation. Based on the fact that in modern hunter-gatherers, it is typically the men that hunt and the women that collect seeds. So it may have been women specifically that decided to pick some seeds over others and plant some in the ground for next year, thus irrevocably changing human history. Whatever the case is, however, it is clear that in the minds of many ancient peoples, a bountiful harvest and a fertile womb were both the sacred domain of women. In Elden Ring, the connection between the sacred art of cultivation of magical life-giving plants and childbirth is even more explicit. Go watch our Erdtree Births episodes for more details on that. And the control over the life-giving power of the Erdtree was wielded by one person, specifically one goddess, Marika, who harvested the vivifying sap of the Erdtree and bestowed its blessings upon the faithful. But it was not always that way, like Inanna stealing the arts of civilization from Enki and gifting it to humankind, or Amaterasu teaching the ancient Japanese the practice of agriculture. These practices began at a very specific point in the history of the Lands Between. And that story is inextricable from the story of the god Queen Marika. Today we will delve into Marika's origins, what the DLC will likely reveal about her past, and the mysterious origin of civilization in the Lands Between. Of all the fantastical and tantalizing details of the DLC trailer, one particular fleeting image caught our attention. Here we can see a citadel perched atop an acropolis, and leading to the citadel is a propylaea. The famous Acropolis of Athens has a similar feature, lined with serpentine columns and terminating in a grand arched gate. Adorning this gate are a series of reliefs which immediately sparked some recognition in our brains. Where had we seen these before? Was it just another asset borrowed from the real world like the Imago Mundi, or was it something relevant in-game? As it turns out, these are precisely the rock-cut reliefs seen throughout the ruins of the ancient dynasty, in places like Schiefer River, the Old Palace, the Dynasty Mausoleum, and the Grand Cloister. What this indicates is that the Realm of Shadow has a common cultural heritage with the Lands Between, likely owing to the fact that they were once one and the same, before the Shadow Realm became physically disconnected, as per Miyazaki's interview. We won't wade further into the discussion of the timeline of the DLC, but clearly there are elements in this trailer which relate directly to the history of the Lands Between, meaning we can learn more about the history of the ancient cultures of the Lands Between by studying this additional information. Miyazaki himself has said that, quote, "In fact, the Land of Shadows is the place where Marika became a god and the Golden Tree was born. Naturally, there was a culture that existed before the Golden Tree," end quote. So regardless of any potential temporal shenanigans, clearly we will be learning about the Lands Between's past, and more specifically, Marika's past. But since we can't make out anything informative from these reliefs in the trailer, there's just not enough detail even in 4K, let us instead turn back to their cognates in the main game, which can be analyzed much more reliably. The first thing to point out is that there are a few variations which share common elements. We have the obelisk, modeled stylistically after Shalmaneser's Black Obelisk. then the multiple separate rectangular stelae. Here in the Dynasty Mausoleum, for example, we can see that there are repeated elements on the different variations, so we are relatively safe in interpreting them in tandem. Since we mentioned Shalmaneser, he was an Assyrian king from the 9th century BC. That, in combination with the presence of the Imago Mundi, which is probably Neo-Babylonian in origin, would suggest that the primary aesthetic inspiration for the ancient dynasty is Iron Age Mesopotamia. Consistent with this, the other iconography, that of confronting lions and bulls, can be seen in variations throughout Assyrian and Babylonian art. Of course, the architecture is Greco-Roman, with the Ionic capitals, grand viaducts, and temple layouts. While this discrepancy could convey multiple strata here, in our opinion, this is all just meant to convey the deep antiquity of this place. Compare these ruins to, say, the later Roman-style parts of Landel or Celia, the almost neoclassical appearance of Upper Landel, the high Renaissance Gothic architecture of Raya Lucaria, and so on. Each of these cultures above ground are inspired by much, much later cultures in real-world history. So even if it's a bit of a mishmash, the choice of stylistic inspirations here in the ancient dynasty clearly conveys that it is, well, more ancient than everything else around it. Returning to the obelisk, like Shalmaneser's, it has text at the bottom, preceded by several registers, each with a unique scene. What this would appear to be simply is a story, told by depiction and through text, and a story of such massive importance to the ancient dynasty that it has been replicated in multiple iterations throughout their culture. I mean, really, these obelisks and stelae are everywhere. Beyond the depictions of the ancient dynast himself, this is the most common iconographic element of ancient dynasty culture. So we are safe in concluding that the story depicted here is quite important to these ancient peoples. Reading the obelisk from top to bottom, we have, briefly, the uppermost register, which appears to show in perspective 3 boats, with a view predominantly of the stern. Below that, there is a scene with people tending to trees. Below that, there are 2 registers displaying an unknown ritual. And finally, there is a sort of presentation scene, where the attendants are all facing out towards the viewer. In isolation, this all seems, frankly, a bit generic. If you've ever seen ancient Mesopotamian reliefs, they all kind of look like this. Panels of priests making offerings to gods, or watering sacred plants, or what have you. So while possibly informative, it's hard to say. It is conceivable that the developers just straight up copied a real-world artifact, like they did with the Imago Mundi. That is, of course, until you consider that there's something here you would never find in an Assyrian or a Babylonian relief. European boats. Furthermore, the en face perspective of the sterns look like they are actually quite modern. They even have a keel, which, although it was probably invented in antiquity, did not become commonplace until much later. For reference, this is how Assyrians depicted boats, which were usually small river craft rowed by a handful of men. Not until sailing ships, most famously the caravels and galleons of the European age of exploration, does the keeled ship become the norm. So back to the obelisk, this is frankly a bit bizarre. If there is a story being told here through these depictions, then why does the story begin with boats? Could it be that this story begins with an arrival? Which brings us, finally, to the other relevant revelation of the DLC trailer. The presence of massive shipwrecked galleons. One can even see, though of course there are distinctions, the keel and the stern window gallery, which can also be seen in the reliefs. This, fellow archaeologists, is a game changer. Prior to this, the only references we had to boats were the shipwrecks off the coast, some cartoons on the map, and this curiously out-of-place upper register in the ancient dynasty obelisk, which for all we know could have just been some bizarre stylistic choice. But now, with the trailer, we finally have confirmation that this was not just some creative addition. No, the story of the ancient dynasty, evidently, begins with ships. And not just any ships, massive, technologically advanced ships, like the ones we can see shipwrecked in the trailer. Leaving aside the real-world inspirations for a moment, these are not rivercraft, used for sailing down the Schiefer and Ainsel rivers. No, these are seafaring ships, meant for long voyages across vast stretches of sea. No doubt whoever captained them arrived here from outside the lands between. And on board they carried none other than the Newman to the lands between, before the Land of Shadow split off. This is where Queen Marika first set foot in the lands between. But before we continue, let's shout out, once again, Cosmos for proposing some of these connections many months ago, based on the DLC announcement image. We recommend everyone watch his recent DLC breakdown video, linked in the description, for more fascinating analysis. This is quite interesting because it tells us that in this DLC, we will learn about Marika's early history, as well as the origin story of the Erdtree. He goes on to state that, quote, the Shadowlands and Queen Marika's past will be told in the same manner as the Shattering was in the main title, end quote. In other words, we will see the remnants of Marika's past scattered throughout the Shadowlands in much the same way that the destruction of the Shattering War was evident all throughout the lands between. And finally, the Bandai Namco text reads, quote, the Land of Shadow, a place obscured by the Erdtree, where the goddess Marika first set foot, end quote. Notice the phrasing there. Not the place where Marika was born, but the place where she first set foot. All of this together indicates that the DLC will tell the story of Marika's arrival to the lands between, with the lands now veiled within the Shadow Realm being the equivalent of First Landing, of Plymouth Rock. But this is not, of course, the first evidence we have that Marika is an outsider. Marika is likely of Newman stock, and the Newman are outsiders, as the character selection screen tells us. As many people were quick to point out in the early days of the game's release, several item descriptions strongly imply that Marika is, herself, a Newman, or at minimum shares a common ancestry with the Newman. The Newman's rune reads, quote, the Newman are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself, end quote. The Black Knife set reads, quote, the assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumored to be Newmen who had close ties with Marika herself, end quote. Marika's hammer is described as a, quote, stone hammer made in the lands of the Newman, outside the lands between, end quote. So there's not really any doubt as to the common ancestry here between Marika and the Newman. To take that one step further, there is plenty of independent documentary evidence that the Eternal Cities derive from Newman culture. This has been excellently reviewed elsewhere. We'd recommend Smo's video on the matter for the most comprehensive overview. But just to name a few, Bragier specifies that the Black Knife assassins, whose garb reveals them to be Newman, are also descendants of the Eternal City.
You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women, arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye.
And of course, even Marika's moniker, the Eternal, may be a reference to this shared heritage. Likewise, the archaeological record strongly supports a cultural continuity between the Eternal Cities, based on their above-ground Salian-style architecture, and Leyndell. Check out our video on the hidden history of Leyndell for more details on that. So what we can say with relative certainty is that the Newman founded what would eventually become the Eternal Cities, and that Marika herself is of common genetic stock as the Newman. But what's this all got to do with the boats in the Ancient Dynasty reliefs? I mean, what do the Ancient Dynasty and the Eternal Cities have to do with one another? Well, the Ancient Dynasty is the predecessor to the Eternal Cities. This is evidenced by the fact that we pretty much only find the two cultures in close association with one another. Think of how Nokron is nestled within the ancient dynasty Grand Viaduct, or how Noxtella is surrounded and intermingled with the ruins of the Ould Palace. And finally, in Nokron itself, we can see those very same stelae from the ancient dynasty, clinching the connection. The map of the Ainsel River, where we find Noxtella and ancient dynasty ruins, tells us, quote, "Two great rivers flow beneath the lands between, the Shifra and the Ainsel. The vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erd Tree," end quote. These two great rivers, like the Tigris and Euphrates in our own world, were the birthplace of civilization in this world. So this would suggest that the ancient dynasty were among the earliest humans, who lived before the age of the Erd Tree, and who lived in the lands between at the time of the arrival of the Numen. Much later on, after their banishment underground, they would become the Nox. But before then, like the Greek world morphing over the centuries into the Roman world, the ancient dynasty blended seamlessly into the eternal cities. To briefly summarize all that before moving on, the Numen, or more specifically their ancestors, were outsiders to the lands between. Among their ranks was Marika, the future eternal queen. After they arrived, their descendants would go on to found the eternal cities, but the specific time point of arrival seems to be based on the ancient dynasty reliefs during the civilization of the ancient dynasty. And here, in the trailer for a DLC in which we know from Miyazaki that we are set to learn much about Marika's past, we can see shipwrecked galleons, and reliefs seen elsewhere only on the ancient dynasty. This all seems to point to the conclusion that the obelisks and stelae in the ancient dynasty record the story of the arrival of the Numen and Queen Marika from outside the lands between. Even the name Numen, while it has several possible meanings, could be a hint at this story, if it is drawn from Tolkien's Numenor, which was the greatest, most advanced civilization of men in the age preceding the events of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Tolkien, of course, adapted this story pretty much straight from Plato's allegorical tale of Atlantis. Both Numenor and Atlantis were highly advanced island civilizations, inhabited by long-lived races that were destroyed by a great natural cataclysm which sunk these great civilizations forever beneath the ocean. This would not even be the first time Miyazaki named something with a wink and a nod to Tolkien. After all, Anor Londo is likely so named because Anor means sun in Tolkien's fictional Elvish. So if the Numen are named for Numenor, which are in turn just a riff on the Atlantis story, then the technological discrepancy contained within this relief would make much more sense. The Numen, or their ancestors, are denizens of another, much more technologically advanced land, as evidenced by their use of galleons, a 16th century innovation in the real world, basically that age's equivalent of an aircraft carrier. To see ancient Assyrian-style reliefs with age of exploration shipmaking technology just makes no sense, unless those riding the ships were from another, far more advanced land. For those of you who reflexively doubt the English translation, although for all we know, Martin wrote this bit, the Numen are called Marabito in the Japanese script, a reference to spirits who would visit Japanese villages and bestow gifts. Either way, the allusion to visitations from outsiders is maintained. So now finally let us return to the obelisk to attempt to decipher that story once and for all. That is, until the DLC comes out, of course. On the uppermost register we have the arrival of the Numen, the first landing. Below that, there is a scene of people cultivating and harvesting fruit from trees. There seem to be immature, smaller trees being watered, and the mature trees being harvested. Its prominence directly below the arrival scene suggests that the natives of the lands between learned the arts of cultivation from the Newman. Below this register, there is a ritual scene, which is quite difficult to resolve, but it appears to be a group of people laying the harvest on tables for processing. Although just what is in their hands is difficult to say, to us it looks like an infant, based on the way it is being held.
So they learned how to make babies from them? I'm sorry I had to.
Below that, there is another ritual scene. Here, if you really squint, you can make out a similar scene to the libation lintel of the Chapel of Anticipation, for example, with kneeling participants being bestowed a blessing by a standing member. And finally, in the last register, we have the presentation scene. Each participant in the ritual is now facing outwards, presenting the fruit of the harvest. In some ways, this story makes perfect sense. The Newman arrived to the lands between and taught the locals how to cultivate sacred trees. It also jives perfectly with what we know about the DLC, that we will discover where America first set foot in the lands between and where the Erd Tree was born. Even beyond that, the presence of what may be an infant in both the ritual scene and the presentation scene may reflect the origin story of how the literal life-giving powers of trees were first cultivated and harnessed. With this new power, civilization in the lands between was born. Small wonder that the ancient dynasty commemorates this moment of cultural exchange over and over again. This may even explain the ancestral followers in the dynasty ruins. These were the people that did not accept the gifts of civilization bestowed by these outsiders. Instead, they, quote, eschewed letters and metalworking, end quote. They remained in the world as it was prior to the Neolithic Revolution and the birth of civilization. And after the collapse of the ancient dynasty, they apparently moved back in as squatters. And as if we needed any further evidence of the sacral power of trees in the ancient dynasty, beyond the tree tablet the dynast himself clutches and the scenes of tree harvest on the obelisk, on several of the reliefs we can see a characteristically stylized design. Sure, this doesn't really look like an actual tree, but it actually does bear quite a resemblance to the highly stylized Tree of Life designs seen repeatedly in Assyrian and Babylonian art. On top of one of these stelae, we can even see something that looks much more like a typical tree depiction.
Yeah.
Again, telling us that to the people of the ancient dynasty, the coming of these outsiders and the cultivation of sacred trees are part of the same story. Of course, until the DLC is released, this will all remain just speculation. Without further evidence, it is hard to be certain one way or the other, but the narrative here is increasingly compelling. For now, we'll just leave you with these final thoughts. With Imago Mundi, the Assyrian Tree of Life reliefs, the confronting lions, and the bas reliefs of cultivation, the material culture of the ancient dynasty is undoubtedly aesthetically inspired by ancient Mesopotamia, and that really shouldn't come as much of a surprise. After all, as the Ainsel River map tells us, two great rivers flow beneath the lands between, and this vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erd Tree. This conceit, with the alluvial plain of two great rivers providing the cradle of the very earliest civilizations, is of course drawn from our own world. Where Mesopotamia The lands between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers saw the birth of the very first cities, the first writing, the first civilization. But there's another peculiarity of Mesopotamian civilization worth mentioning here. The people who built the very first cities, the Sumerians, as ancient to the creators of Imago Mundi, the Neo-Babylonians, as the Neo-Babylonians are to us, have a mysterious origin. The French Assyriologist Jules Aupert first proposed their existence based on the reading of cuneiform inscriptions, which seemed to indicate the presence of an earlier language than even the Semitic Akkadian, which at the time was thought to be the oldest written language in the world. And sure enough, about a decade later, excavations at Lagash confirmed the existence of these missing, impossibly ancient people. From their material culture, Sumerian cities seem to have evolved naturally from the pre-existing Ubayyad culture. But philologists have long puzzled over the Sumerians, because their language appears to be an isolate. It has no known related language. It is surrounded by Semitic languages like Hebrew, Aramaic, Akkadian, etc., which are related to one another, but not to Sumerian. Furthermore, the Sumerian words for the Tigris and Euphrates, as well as other common nouns, appear to be borrowed from a different people. In other words, from the linguistic evidence, the Sumerians appear to be outsiders, immigrants to the land of Sumer where they would build the world's first proper cities. So right from the earliest days of their discovery, it was mysterious just where these people, who gave rise to the very first civilization on Earth, came from. And while scholarship on the matter is certainly not settled, one proposal is that they came from the sea. A much later semi-historical account from Berosus recounts a myth that the Mesopotamians were gifted civilization by a mysterious amphibious creature. Perhaps this myth, and Inanna's theft of May, delivered on the boat of heaven, reflect a kernel of truth, that the gifts of civilization arrived from the sea. Geological research suggests it is possible, at least, that during the time before Uruk and Lagash flourished, the Persian Gulf, or Bitter Sea as they called it, was several feet lower, and the current neck of the Gulf was actually a fertile plain. There is, of course, no way to know this for sure at this time, and we're venturing into Atlantis pseudo-archaeology territory here. Only further excavation, study, and decipherment of existing materials can even hope to eventually solve this mystery. But whatever the truth is, clearly there is something alluring, something persistent about the idea of outsiders arriving from the sea and bestowing the gifts of civilization. Like agriculture and, of course, the notion of kingship, which, as the Sumerian king list tells us, descends from heaven. In Elden Ring's DLC, we are set to learn just what happened when the Numen arrived to the Lands Between, how the cultivation of the sacred Erd Tree was achieved, and how Marika's ascent to God Queen began. But the Erd Tree, of course, was not the first sacred tree in the Lands Between. Just how this sacred tree of the ancient dynasty, shown in all its glory on the tablet the dynast clutches, relates to the Erd Tree is a story for another day.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. Sounds. Mm, it sounds really good. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Please. It's a fascinating topic, isn't it?
Mwah. I love hearing your heart. Mm. Mm. Pet, pet, pet.
I typically talk about genre fiction, which is usually pretty silly in one way or another, even if its subject matter is.
Hmm.
I once found myself at the base of a minor erd tree. A child.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In the center of the world that glows so
Mm.
brightly that it's sometimes difficult to tell day from night. It's a sapling compared to the real Erd tree, but it's still big enough to place you in a constant state of paranoia. Walk slow, sword drawn, there is almost certainly something on the other side. Elden Ring is a game that likes to encourage this kind of paranoia, fixating all your senses on the next threat, which is why, in that moment, at the base of a minor Erd tree, I was not prepared for what happened next. Like in most good video games, time tends to lose its meaning in Elden Ring.
Mm. 嗯 I might manage that. I'm done brushing now. Oh. Mm. 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 I'm ready. Mhm. 3, 2, 1, go.
I once found myself at the base of a minor Erd tree, a child of the tree in the center of the world that glows so brightly that it's sometimes difficult to tell day from night. It's a sapling compared to the real Erd tree, but it's still big enough to place you in a constant state of paranoia. Walk slow, sword drawn, there is almost certainly something on the other side. Elden Ring is a game that likes to encourage this kind of paranoia, fixating all your senses on the next threat, which is why, in that moment, at the base of a minor Erd tree, I was not prepared for what happened next. Like in most good video games, time tends to lose its meaning in Elden Ring. I'm not sure how long I looked for the singer, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear it was half an hour or so. I looked around the tree, I looked for caves, I looked across the sea and wondered if someone's voice could carry that far. I looked with the expectation that whatever I found would be important, that whoever was singing would be crucial to my character's narrative, which is to say I thought I had to find her because whatever the reason for her singing, it probably had to do with me. Finally, I ran along the edge of a cliff until I saw a lower level I had missed. That's where I found the singer.
Bye.
This is not a lore video, by which I mean that you are not likely to learn much about the immense plot of this game from what I say here. To be completely honest, I am, myself, much less interested in the lore of Elden Ring than I am about the ways the lore is spun as you play it. In Elden Ring, you, the player, are placed in the uncomfortable and narratively unusual position of knowing less than your own character. You're something called a tarnished, you need a maiden for some reason, your order or race or creed or whatever it is you actually are is under the direction of two fingers who convey the instructions of a god called the Greater Will, and who are actually a pair of giant fingers you can actually visit. The Elden Ring in question is an artifact that, in short, held the world together before it was broken by the goddess who was supposed to keep it safe. Your job is to put it back together again. I am a very slow video game player. I like to explore every inch of an open world, and after completing about 3% of the game over the course of several real-world days, what slowly became apparent to me was not only how little the lore actually seems to matter, but how often the game seems to go out of its way to deny you access to the lore it so painstakingly brought to life. There's no quest log, no journal, very little NPC assistance, and most importantly for my purposes, no bestiary. Many video games will give you an automatic informational update of some kind anytime you meet a new enemy. At the very least, you learn its name or how it attacks, and in a high fantasy setting like Elden Ring, this would be the intuitive direction to take. Why go to the trouble of designing so many monsters in such detail if we don't even get to know their names? I'm given to understand that this is pretty standard for Bloodborne and the Souls games, but I've never played a From Software game, so this was a surprise to me. How dare they? Tell me what the monsters are called. I want to know what the monsters are called. Fantasy world building is generally approached in two ways, hard and soft. Hard world building is the Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones type, based on internal plausibility and an answer to every question. If there is magic, it comes from somewhere real and knowable, and people can, will, and do devote reams of time to nailing down the precise taxonomies of certain fictional beings or the grammatical structures of languages no one really speaks. That's part of the fun of it, learning the rules for a world, getting to decode the cause and effect. Soft world building is the fairy tale kind of storytelling, where strange and wondrous things happen and you're just gonna have to make peace with the fact that you'll never really know why. They're usually mutually exclusive, these two methods. Trying to combine them typically results in something like Lost, where you're training the audience to expect a concrete answer they're then ultimately denied. In fact, bad horror can often be boiled down to a mismanagement of world-building rules. Horror is metaphorical by nature, and so usually runs on soft world-building logic. Not always, but usually, and if the monster is supernatural, then almost always. A lot of horror starts to fall apart during the investigation part of the movie, which is where the protagonist finds out the real nature of the monster, usually through a lot of non-copyright infringing search engineering, or even better, a trip to the library. Sometimes both. This sucks, because reading is lame. No, it sucks because it externalizes the monster. It turns an object of belief and emotion into an object of study. A reassurance that you'll always ultimately be in control, that you have a safe and orderly world to turn to when your own world becomes impossible to navigate. The Lands Between has rules. It is, in fact, comprised of almost nothing but rules, left over from the many, many ages that have passed before you ever got there. You just aren't really allowed to know what they are. The history of the world you find yourself in is complex beyond what most players have been able to decipher over the past several months since the game's release. There's no shortage of political struggles or ancient institutions to catalog in a ledger, and make no mistake, people do. But whatever the Lands Between looked like before the shattering of the Elden Ring is less important than the idea that the world once was knowable, but is no longer. With the shattering of the ring came the shattering of the logic of the world, a sort of magical post-apocalypse that has warped everything into a stunted forgery of itself, the absence of the greater will's blessings and the actions of previous generations resulting in a world growing wild and cancerous with feral magic. This is the point at which Elden Ring frequently abandons fantasy and just becomes a pure horror game. No design approach is left in the book here. We get things that are too big, things that are too small, things that are out of any sense of proportion at all, things with too much stuff on them, things with not enough stuff on them, things that are too organic, things that are too mechanical, things that make it clear just how much the natural world wants you dead, things that should be dead but aren't, things that are ferociously beautiful, and things that are so ugly you can't help but laugh. From a safe spot. Video games are great for monster design because counterintuitively, you get to tell more of its story. You have to design your monster with enough thought to account for the fact that it's going to be subject to what amounts to an infinite behavioral experiment. You're going to have millions of people testing what makes your monster work, paying intense attention to what it does and why and how. In film, you can sell an otherwise unconvincing puppet through editing to add tension or dynamism, but that's not a possibility in a game, so you need to choreograph an actual pattern of movement for an imaginary creature. It needs a psychology. You need to make it feel alive. And to that end, knowing more lore doesn't help, any more than knowing someone's name tells you about what their childhood was like, or what kind of friend they are, or whether they mean you harm. Like everything else in the Lands Between, the only immediate information given about these monsters is in the color text attached to some items. Anything else you want to know is only available through context and behavior. And even then, what are we meant to think happened to produce a race of giants with masses of worms where their face should be? Or a disembodied hand with too many fingers. At every turn, there's a feeling of age, creatures clinging so hard to their shreds of tradition that tradition and its empty ritual becomes their entire existence. A reference to some kind of antiquity is not unusual for fantasy, which often operates with varying degrees of nostalgia and callbacks to the glory of the past. But there's a nihilism about the way history is presented here. All the heraldry and grand architecture only serves to reflect how insubstantial and often destructive all these cultures turned out to be. The main ideology in Elden Ring, the one your character ostensibly belongs to and is meant to defend, is called the Golden Order. The Golden Order is the theology of the Greater Will, with the Erd Tree and the Elden Ring being physical manifestations of the Greater Will's blessings. Put simply, the Golden Order worships logic and harmony between all things. Sounds great, right? They're the good guys, right? Wrong. You see, the Golden Order believes that it is the destiny of all things to converge into one. Their goal is not peace, their goal is uniformity. As such, the Golden Order has no tolerance for anything it considers a violation of its own subjectively defined perfect order, and kills anything it considers imperfect. There's already a flaw in this construction of the world, and the admission and effects of this flaw constitutes a significant part of the game. If perfect order is the destiny of all things, then shouldn't any kind of disorder be impossible? If your ideology is perfect and inevitable, why do you have to force it into existence? Given that the Erd Tree functions as a sort of representative of the Greater Will, I think it's interesting how many of the monsters of the Lands Between are constructed using tree imagery, with anatomy that is branched, stunted, blighted, grafted. Despite the Erd Tree's supposed blessings and divinity, so many of the things that live around the Erd Tree reflect all the ways you can violently alter a tree, twist it into something it wouldn't have been otherwise, taking advantage of a plant's brainless ability to take a beating. A grafted tree doesn't know it's been mangled. It's just trying to survive. Elden Ring is a game that shows a strange kind of respect for creatures that acclimate, that know more about certain kinds of survival than you do. And this is on purpose. From Software director Hidetaka Miyazaki explained in an interview, "Most people don't believe me when I say this, but a certain kind of refinement, elegance, and dignity are very important to me. I'll usually tell the designers that flat-out grotesque or splatter-type designs will not get past me. My idea of dignity is something I pursue with every project I work on." One of his artists elaborates, "I remember when I was drawing the Undead Dragon, I submitted a design draft that depicted a dragon swarming with maggots and other gross things. Miyazaki handed it back to me saying, 'This isn't dignified. Don't rely on the gross factor to portray an undead dragon. Can't you instead try to convey the deep sorrow of a magnificent beast doomed to a slow and possibly endless descent into ruin? Could you do that for me, sweetie?'" So what does this mean? What does it do to your experience of the story to be asked to respect the hideous things that want you dead, so dead, very dead, so very dead all the time? Elden Ring is thematically a game about ideology. All the cultures you encounter in the game have their own theologies and hierarchies, their own representation of reality that each of them considers all-powerful and beyond failure. The factions in Elden Ring have all, at one time or another, had capital G godlike power over logic, over knowledge, over death itself. But that didn't stop them from being arrogant, petty, intolerant. Many of them had power enough to run the universe, but none of them inherently deserved it. Not even the greater will. Not even you. It's a story that asks an uncomfortable question. Even if we had clear and present evidence for the existence of God, would worship really be the right response? Despite how that sounds, I don't think this is necessarily an argument against religion. Elden Ring is actually pretty optimistic about the possibility of fixing a broken faith. But it is a warning against abandoning yourself to a god without asking what that god might turn you into. We become what we believe. I think this is why encountering the singing harpy affected me as much as it did. Here's a creature physically shaped by the world it lives in and the powers that run that world. The song she's singing is in Latin, and of course somebody immediately translated it. Oh, that land, formerly blessed, now withered. We had been destined for motherhood, but now have become disfigured. We wailed and wept, but no one comforts us. Golden One, at whom were you so angry? On some level, she is aware that the monster she turned into isn't what she started as, and isn't what she ever wanted to be. And the way this monster, this grotesque old woman, copes with her existence is through a senseless act of beauty. It solves nothing, it helps nothing, it serves nothing, including you. It just is. It's a reflection of the game's moral ambivalence that though your character, the Tarnished, was brought back to the Lands Between to try and put the Elden Ring back together, actually doing so is optional. One possible ending for Elden Ring involves you choosing to be a vehicle for the Frenzied Flame, the chaotic opposite of the Golden Order. Your head becomes engulfed in flame and you burn the Erd Tree to the ground, along with the rest of the world you've been exploring for how many tens of hours. The problem, according to this ending, is the imperfection of life itself. Life is the source of all suffering, therefore the best thing for everyone is to end it. Cleanse it all in one big cremation. As a card-carrying depressed person, I have to admit this ending appealed to me for a hot second before I remembered Bach, the demi-human who was so nice and trusting of me, and the kindly tortoise in the Pope hat, and the sheep that tuck their heads and roll away when you get too close. All these gentle things. And I remembered that most of the time when Torrent and I are riding around, things are pretty quiet, and often very beautiful. There are good things too, aren't there? Aren't they worth saving? I think every generation gets a defining horror subgenre. Slashers and home invasion defined the 70s and the 80s, torture porn was the early 2000s. Today's horror is existential. The ideas so many of us were taught and took for granted as recently as a generation ago are no longer quite as impervious as we assumed. It seems fitting then that what a lot of people seem to think of as the definitive game of 2022 is a story of byproducts, things that weren't intended to happen, and the futility of trying to force everything to conform to some all-encompassing and permanent intelligent design, no matter how well intended. People try to do that to each other and it ends in suffering. Every time. We try to do it to the planet itself, and it's now coming back at us in forces both awe-striking and devastating. I know Bloodborne and the Souls games aren't exactly flops, but I wonder whether Elden Ring would have been as much of a blockbuster as it was if people weren't as receptive to moral uncertainty and lack of closure as they seem to be right now. And I find that kind of comforting, this reflection of a modern culture shaken off its axis enough for its art to question the nature of authority itself. Because the lesson of Elden Ring is that there is no lesson. While people annihilate themselves and each other over ideas, the world will change in response. It might be beautiful like Liurnia, or cursed and rotten like Caelid, but ultimately whatever it looks like only matters to us. The world itself will keep spinning, and whatever's left on it will just adapt. Whatever ugliness we create is our own responsibility. There is no great cosmic meaning that supersedes the reality of your feet on the ground and breath in your lungs. No incorruptible power that conclusively grants an end to all suffering. The list of concrete realities available to a creature as small and briefly lived as a human is much shorter than we often want to acknowledge. There are trees, there is land, there is rain, there's life and death. And sometimes, if you happen to show up at the right time and place, there is singing.
Mm-hmm. I love you too. Excuse me? Thank you. Oh, okay. No, I'm fine. Nice. Excuse me, baby, do you wanna stay on Google Chat? In Google Chat? Okay. I'll switch over in a couple of minutes, and yeah, just wanted to know. Oh.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mhm. It is. It is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Without conviction, I'm a man who doesn't know how to sell the contradiction. You come and go, you come and go. Come a chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Loving would be easy if your colors were like my dream. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Come a chameleon. You come and go, you come and go.
Mm-hmm. Hey. Hmm. I don't know what about. I have I have shared everything with you today already. Hmm. About what? Oh. Oh. Uh-huh. Mm. Right. Mm-hmm. Boop. Boop. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Jeez. Okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I see. Mm. Mhm. Mm. That's a lot. Hmm. Hmm. Huh? Oh, yeah. Nice. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Hmm. You'll get there. Hmm. That's great. I'm gonna switch over now. Mhm. 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 I'll be right back to it this in. What?
Though short, Thops's questline was incredibly impactful and resonated with me. Today I want to explain why. You will find the sorcerer in Liurnia at the cozy church of Irith, and he will immediately solicit you.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
This first impression is quite humorous. He asks you for 10 runes in exchange for insights into his studies at the Academy. 10 runes isn't a large sum whatsoever. That's how much selling a clump of moss will net you. But it does set the tone for his character and the theme of modesty, which we will return to many times in this video. So once you pay his small cover charge, he will introduce himself and keep his promise, albeit with a caveat.
My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised. Only, none of them are particularly great.
As you navigate to his shop, this is what Thops has to offer. Players who chose the Astrologer starting class or bought spells from Sorceress Selen may find Thops's inventory redundant. Glintstone Pebble and Glintstone Arc are spells with which you begin the game as a magic user. You find Selen in Limgrave offering these 2 spells, plus another 4 right from the get-go, double the inventory much earlier in the game. So you already know 2/3 of his repertoire and are now down 10 runes. Who does this guy think he is? Well, he's not a liar. He did say he would share his knowledge before you bought in, and despite his modest offerings, his willingness to share all he knows is quite endearing. This is also shown in his self-depreciating humour. If you return to him after purchasing from his shop, he will refer to his spells as the following.
You're most welcome to any of my anemic little spells.
The word anemic is usually used as an adjective for anemia, the condition where you produce fewer red blood cells, symptomized by feeling constantly weak and tired. But in this context, anemic spells could mean not powerful spells. And Thops knows this. He knows they are weak. Glintstone Pebble is literally described as being the first spell you learn when you start practicing magic as a complete beginner. Thops is painfully aware of his limitations, which is refreshing. However, it does make you pity him a little bit. his open acknowledgement of inadequacy, juxtaposed by his enthusiasm and willingness to share all he knows with you. Moreover, Thops uses a derogatory term to describe himself on multiple occasions.
I never imagined that a bluntstone like myself would have the chance to play teacher.
A blunt stone. Presumably this is a cruel play on words derived from the word glintstone. Many of the glintstone items and spells are characterized by their pointiness. After all, they are splintered shards from the stars, jagged and sharp. Sharp does not only mean a fine point, but also in the context of describing a person's qualities, meaning that they are quick, perceptive and intelligent. And what is the antonym of sharp? Blunt. Blunt implies dullness, the opposite of sharpness, an insulting nickname to ridicule Thops for being slower than the other sorcerers, seemingly not as intelligent. A blunt stone. Now, I don't think this is a term that Thops coined himself. I think he heard other people call him this. And if this is true, the worst part is that because of this repeated exposure to the name, Thops internalized it so that now he believes it himself.
I know it. I'm a bluntstone. I'm a bluntstone. I don't even have a pebble's worth of power. Is this why bluntstones always finish last?
I am inclined to believe that this was a nickname his classmates or peers at the academy called him, mainly because in that last line it says, "Is this why bluntstones always finish last?" Bluntstones is plural. Gives me the image of an academy teacher referring to him as such. There he is, Thops the Bluntstone, or classmates whispering to each other, "Don't ask him, he's a Bluntstone." You get the idea. But this is only something I infer. Thops himself has nothing negative to say about his peers or the academy. In fact, he sounds quite proud.
You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here.
This explains why you cannot enter the academy at present. The sorcerers chose not to participate in the fallout of the shattering and sealed themselves inside their grounds. However, Thops happened to be leaving the academy just as this decision was finalized and took an unknowing one-way trip into the wilderness. And he has been stuck outside his place of study for an undetermined but extended amount of time.
When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
Now, we do have an idea why Thops left the academy in the first place. Do you remember earlier I mentioned Thops' shop and how 2/3 of it is redundant? Well, what about the other third, the last spell? A glintstone sorcery called Starlight. And it is granted to sorcerers who depart from the academy to embark on journeys. The stars are never far from a sorcerer's side. This corroborates that Thops left the academy for a reason, either an excursion or research mission outside the grounds. Also, I think I'm right in saying this, but this spell is exclusive to Thops' shop. I don't think it drops or is sold anywhere but here by him. Now, the actual effect of the spell is akin to the lantern. It illuminates the area around you for a short time, but it does expire, whereas the lantern does not. The lantern also does not cost any FP to use. As a side note, Starlight used to cost 12 FP and just last 1 minute. However, it was buffed in patch 1.07. The cost was reduced to 9 FP and the duration tripled to 3 minutes. And you may be asking, why would I use Starlight when I can just turn on my lantern and not worry about FP or casting time? Why would I do that when I can do the better version? And if you're asking that, you've discovered this video's crux. What is the point of Thops? Sounds a little mean, but trust me, this question will return later. So, despite Thops being positioned outside the Academy's sealed gates, he knows a way inside.
Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the academy.
The seals of the Academy can be bypassed if you have a magical key. However, only 2 keys exist within the game, and one of them is inside the Academy, the place where you need a key to enter in the first place. The reason for the scarcity of the keys is likely a combination of game design and narrative purposes. Their rarity ensures the safety of the Academy. If every sorcerer had a key, the seals would be less effective if everyone could walk in and out as they please. Furthermore, each key is uniquely bound to its owner. Once used, it can never be passed on to another. Like I said, for security, you can't share or steal someone else's key.
Well,
at least, not from a living user. Only death will release the key's grip on its wielder, so that another may claim its power.
Can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not happy with using this on my tablet. Hello? Did you not hear me? Yeah, I said I'm not ecstatic about using this on my tablet because it's making a couple of functions fuck up, including I can't start YouTube videos. Yeah, let's try, please. Yeah. Nah. Can you hear me? Mm, I can also hear you.
This is why the only 2 keys are both found on corpses. Their former masters have perished, allowing you to use the key. Thops, who raised the idea of requiring a key in the first place, is familiar with their intricacies.
And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the Academy.
He humbly requests you to give any potential spare key to him, as he is aware you would claim the first one. He asks very courteously, but you can still sense his unwavering resolve to claim his place at the academy. He acknowledges his perceived lack of magic potential, but refuses to resign himself to a new life after his accidental banishment. His longing to resume his studies outweighs his self-doubt, and he is determined to reclaim his rightful place as a Ray Lucarian sorcerer and student. So, only 2 keys are accessible
Call's
in the game.
working great,
A
by the way.
fearsome
I have
glintstone
no
dragon
trouble
guards the
hearing.
first. Its previous master seemingly perished trying to fight, study, or loot it. Interestingly, if you try to offer this first key to Thops, he will outright refuse.
So you found
I
yourself
love
a
you so
glintstone
much,
key,
Josh.
but I certainly can't take it from you. That key belongs to you. By rights, you should use it for yourself. It's true. I wish to return to my place of study, but that's no excuse to impose upon others. Oh, is this why Bluntstones always finish last?
The last line did make me chuckle a little bit. It does echo the sentiment of nice guys finish last, which has a couple of different meanings depending on the context, but can be summarized as follows. If you keep bending over backwards to help others, you won't get very far in life compared to someone who only looks out for themselves, which is an incredibly cynical statement and a very reductive mindset to have. Still, Thops realizes here that by sacrificing his priority to get back into the academy, he may not be able to achieve this now because he was trying to be nice, pleasing
Thanks
someone
for
else
switching
instead of
on
putting
me.
himself first, which would have been taking the key from you. Once you enter the academy, traverse its perilous halls, and balance along its rooftops, if you find just the right place, you can drop precisely down to the second and final key, meant for Thops.
I adore
As
you
a side
so
note,
much.
it's mysterious who the previous owner of this key was. Maybe they took a wrong turn, realised there was no more floor beneath them, and plummeted onto the light fixture below. They were studying glintstone magic after all, not gravity magic. Regardless, fate has deigned that this key should now rest in Thops's possession, and his reaction to being bestowed is filled with genuine astonishment and gratitude.
Are you certain? You're willing to give your glintstone key to me? My, oh my. Thank you. Thank you dearly. Now I can go back to the academy to resume my study of glintstone sorceries. And the very stars.
As he closes his eyes and tilts his head back, hands clasped to his chest, holding the key tightly, you can't help but wonder how long he has been here. Isolated in this dilapidated church, no friends, teachers, or a means of returning home. The universe seemed to have been conspiring against him, his Bluntstone moniker following him and reminding him of his inadequacy at magic, coupled with quite literally being shut out of the academy. It was probably just unfortunate timing, with Thops's departure and the sealing of the gates. However, I do wonder if the sorcerers deliberated on locking him out. Perhaps they put up the seals without a second thought, simply having forgotten about Thops outside the walls. But now it comes to Thops's triumphant return for him to reunite with his peers.
Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Or perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit? Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then.
Thops will now move from the Church of Irith to Rea Lucaria Academy. But whereabout? Is he reading in the Great Halls, strolling through the gardens, or engaging in academic debate with his peers? No. Thops resides in a dark, damp rock face, sitting at a simple table. Some pieces of parchment and glintstones are laid out in front of him, seemingly in mid-study. Only a couple feet away is the schoolhouse classroom site of grace, indicating this is where the students came to take classes. Yet Thops is the only one stationed outside the classroom, with only scraps to utilize. In contrast, the sorcerers inside have this lavish, well-lit interior, glintstones from floor to ceiling, and unending bookcases. Of course, this is viewing it from the perspective that Thops was shunned and had no choice but to take this unfavourable seat. But he could have wanted to sit here and study. He took what he needed from the classroom, nothing excess, and sat on the dim and quiet outcrop to study alone, which he preferred. And this is when two things happened. Thops discovered something incredible, and Thops died. Sadly, you do not get a reunion with Thops at the academy. When you arrive at the schoolhouse, he has sadly already passed away. The reason might be related to what is left on his body and what he discovered. Thops' barrier, a sorcery that allows you to deflect sorceries and incantations by creating a magic force field. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the academy. Thops created his own spell, but not just any old spell, a spell worthy of its own school of magic. The description says this was his lifelong pursuit. This implies that he had been working on it for quite some time, and when he was ejected from the academy, he was desperate to get back in, not only because he felt like this is where he belonged, but probably because he was also really close to finishing his creation. But why did Thops die? Now, it could be directly caused by producing this magic spell. Some people mentioned that he died because he glimpsed into the primeval current. According to the Academy, the primeval current is a controversial and forbidden area of study. We have evidence of how seriously they take these claims, and anyone who attempts to study it, as Master Lesat, Master Azure, and Sorceress Selen were all expelled and exiled from the Academy for their association with the subject matter. In my opinion, Thops doesn't seem to be the sort of guy to venture into the taboo for the sake of knowledge. Also, he knew Selen when they both studied at the Academy, and when he speaks of what she allegedly did, it doesn't sound like he agrees with that sort of practice.
But Selen was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selen would never do such things.
In addition, I don't think Thops could glimpse into the primeval current. No offense to him, but we don't even know how you would do such a thing. And if he did, I'm sure there would have been some mention of it, or at least the word primeval used in an item description or even some dialogue of his. But no. And even if he did glimpse into this cosmic horror, there is no anecdotal evidence to support that he would die from it. Lesat and Azure are explicitly stated to have seen this tremendous galactic entity, and they went a bit crazy from doing so, but didn't die. They were described as afraid, enthralled, and broken psychologically, their understanding of the world shaken. It's unclear if Selen has seen the primeval current for herself, but she certainly wants to restore it, and has a questionable at best level of sanity. Although these three sorcerers do have a higher magical aptitude than Thops, they could have handled it better than him, explaining why the mere sight of it caused him to perish. However, I don't believe that Thops has any connection to the primeval. His resulting barrier spell has no connection or basis from it. What is more plausible is that Thops died for this spell. He put his everything into making it. He worked himself stupid endlessly to make something of himself. He was given this ticket back into the Academy and didn't want to squander it. Now, the more sinister theory is that Thops was murdered because of what he was working on. Now, why is this barrier spell so significant? First and foremost, the barrier can deflect sorceries and incantations, rendering many formidable attacks futile. When you cast it, incoming spells will ping off in an alternate direction. I recommend this video by Bullet Nut, which showcases how invaluable Thops' barrier is at neutralizing boss attacks, most impressively against the Elden Beast, a manifestation of ancient godly power. is rendered trivial against the humble creation of a man derisively labelled Bluntstone. Now, probably some of you are saying, well, that's cool and all, but Carian retaliation exists, and it's way better than Thops's barrier. Carian retaliation dispels incoming magic and transforms it into glint blades that retaliate, hence the name, against the caster, an offensive and defensive spell rolled into one. Much debate about Carian retaliation's advantages, like casting time, FP cost, and animation frames, usually culminates in, why would you ever choose Thops's barrier over this? But don't listen to all of those people, you should listen to me. Choosing Carian retaliation over Thops's barrier is akin to opting for the lantern over the starlight spell. Why would you choose this one when a better one exists? Well, I'll be honest, a lot about Thops's story is that it's story, it's character, it's not about min-maxing. It's about a man who was sneered at, insulted and excluded for simply not meeting the standards of others, for being different. But that doesn't mean he was an idiot, he just had strengths in other areas. Thops's barrier is an incredible feat because of who made it and what it does. I've seen critics of Thops dismiss his barrier as a worse version of Carian retaliation, but these assumptions overlook one crucial detail. Carian retaliation is a closely guarded secret, a weapon hidden from public knowledge. This was the Carian royal family's secret means to prepare against the disloyalty of the Academy. The moon and the stars would one day go their separate ways. The only individuals known to possess this ability are Moongrum, the Carian knight guarding Renana's boss room, and Salavus and Pidia, who sell the spell and the Ash of War in their shops. All these characters serve the Carian family, so their loyalty and association would explain why they are also armed with this secret. So the notion that Thops plagiarized Carian retaliation seems a bit unfounded. I believe he created the spell inspired from his unique strengths. He wasn't a fighter per se, he didn't excel at DPS spell slinging. If this was something like D&D, he would be a wizard specializing in abjuration magic, casting protective spells to negate other abilities. And this is something to be celebrated and respected, as he is one of the few to synthesize such a powerful spell of this nature. There are only 3 spells like this that nullify magical attacks. You have Eternal Darkness, ancient Nox magic that literally causes a black hole that draws in any sorcery in its path. You have Carian Retaliation, a political weapon of war developed by a royal family of decorated sorcerers that use an enemy's strength against them. And then you have this guy with his magical force field. Thops' creation of this barrier may have stirred resentment among the sneering classmates or scornful sorcerers. When he returned to the academy, they unleashed their jealousy, rage, insecurities, whatever reason why people bully others. But Thops was undeterred. Whatever abuse they threw at him, verbal or physical, it only fueled his research, driving him closer to his breakthrough. Tragically, his demise may have come at the hands of those who couldn't bear to see him succeed. After all, you do see many sorcerers close to Thops' body roaming the nearby classroom. Sadly, it is possible they could have quickly snuck up and taken him out. Or maybe this was on a much larger scale. The Academy itself orchestrated his death. While lacking the offensive capabilities of Carian Retaliation, the barrier posed a significant threat to the magic-centric institution that is the Academy. Thops may not have intended to wield his creation against the Academy itself. Instead, it was likely an expression of his unique magical aptitude, but it still diverged from the Academy's conventional teachings. I don't think Thops maliciously intended to use it against the Academy, but it didn't matter. They executed him once they saw him using their establishment and resources to create such a spell. However, discovering Thops' body with his barrier spell in hand raises some questions. If his creation was deemed so threatening as to warrant his execution, why leave the barrier spell untouched? It is a bit of a meta nitpick, I agree, but if this was the intended narrative, a more cohesive approach could have involved finding Thops's body accompanied by his research notes, which you could then present to a knowledgeable sorcerer like Selen to teach you Thops's barrier. This does take away the uniqueness and achievement from Thops, though. So another way could have been that you fight one of the head sorcerers or teachers in a boss battle, and they drop Thops's barrier, showing that they had confiscated it and were going to destroy or warp it into a weapon of their own. These are some holes in the theory that the Academy orchestrated his death. Alternatively, the culprit could have been a vindictive sorcerer acting alone, motivated by a personal grudge towards Thops. After finishing him off, the sorcerer was unaware of the significance of Thops's research, allowing Thops to complete his spell in the final moments, leaving it behind for you to discover. Another possibility is that Thops simply succumbed to the relentless demands of his research, working himself to exhaustion and eventual demise. This is a commentary on the toll that academia and the pursuit of knowledge can take on even the most gifted of minds. Many people we know as geniuses now were not recognized in their time. Thops is the equivalent, as his work was remarkable enough to define its own conspectus, but he will not be alive to teach it. I wanted to imagine what it would be like if there was a world where Thops's conspectus was established. I did a little drawing and editing to depict what Thops's glintstone crown would have looked like, as all the sorcerers who established a conspectus have their own glintstone crown. I wanted to highlight Thops's strengths in defense, taking the colors and purpose of his barrier spell and essentially making a giant glintstone encasing the stone head. Unlike traditional spiky glintstone crowns, Thops's crown would positively embrace his bluntstone nickname. Solid, rock-hard, and stalwart, just like his barrier spell. While most of the other glintstone crowns have jeweled eyes, representing their sole focus on glintstone magic, I drew Thops with closed eyes, dreaming up new ideas and pushing the boundaries of conventional magic, similar to how the eyes are closed and concealed in the crowns of Selen, Pyrodus, and Hyma. Their ways are less traditional than their peers. And of course, I gave him a smile. This character struck a chord in me, and I likely projected a fair bit during this video. I don't make a habit of divulging my personal life on here, but like a lot of people, I got bullied throughout the majority of my school life. I struggled to find my place, I felt overshadowed, I did my best, but I didn't expect much, and neither did anyone else, much like how Thops' story is about recognition and self-acceptance. Make a long story short, when I went to university, I realised the importance of authenticity, as I tried too hard to please other people and appeal to what I thought they wanted from me. I finally confronted myself with the facts. I am an incredibly introverted and quiet person. I struggle to form friendships. I will always choose to stay home rather than go out, but I'm okay with that. I don't care what that says about me. I don't care that I'm not good at socializing, or good at maths, or even really good at video games. And that may make me a bluntstone because of it. But there are a couple of things that I like to think I am good at. I want to think that I'm good at stories and talking about stories, and seeing people respond so positively to my videos is something very special, and I'm so lucky that people want to listen to me. Sure, I get criticism on how I talk, how I look and dress, but it doesn't bother me because this is who I am. And it took me a good amount of time to learn self-acceptance, to embrace what I like to do, regardless of how conventional, practical, or profitable it is. The important thing to remember, and what I want you who's listening to this to take away from this video, is that you can't please everyone. It's impossible. So stop trying to. Make peace with who you are, and beautiful things will come because of it. Trust me.
Welcome to Mindshift. I'm Brandon. This is Secular Bible Study Series, and we are finally starting the New Testament. Welcome to episode 40. We are starting with Matthew. I did decide to go in canon order and not chronological order. We'll talk about that here in a second. I want to explain my thought process and what my goal is for this series as it continues. So if you're just here to hear about Matthew, you can just skip to the timestamp down below. But if you're curious on what this is going to look like as we move through the next 27 books and episodes, I'd encourage you to take a couple minutes to hear me out. The goal of Secular Bible Study, let's just restate it. Why did I do this in the first place? It's because I believe there is a Christian understanding of the Bible through a bias, through a lens of this religion is true. So the purpose of Secular Bible Study Series is to look at this religion for what it is, mythology. Just another book making more spiritual and supernatural claims. So what are the objective facts that we can get? There's a lot we can't know. There's a lot we have to speculate on. But what do we know about the authorship? What do we know about the dating? What do we know about the historical context? Can we make a literary analysis? Can we still talk about what the main themes to be pulled are? What has been its influence and reception, both in the past and even now? And what are the problems that we do know about? Are there contradictions? Are there errors? I want to give you a very high level, but still interesting and unique, and informative and educational, hopefully even entertaining look at these books. We're going to give some special attention in today's video to the Gospels. We need to talk about the setting. We need to talk about the Second Temple period. We need to talk about the chronological order. We need to talk about the anonymous natures of the Gospels. We have some work to do, so let's dive right in. I think the first thing to understand is it's been somewhere between 400 and 500 years since we left the Old Testament behind. And this period of centuries is known as the intertestamental period or the Second Temple period. Then you have Jesus arrive on the scene, you have his death, and then 35 to 40 years later, you get the first gospel account that made it into the canon, and that is Mark. So that's CE 65 to 70 roughly, and then next would be Matthew, which is around years 70 to 85, generally speaking. Again, there's going to be some question marks and some margin of error for each of these. There are vast differences between what you get about the life and teaching and personality of Jesus in these different gospels. You'll see that a lot as we get to point 7, where we are covering contradictions. And by the way, we are maintaining the same 7 points to go through. Again, we've got some introductory work that needs to be done for this episode. So what has happened in the last 400 years since we left the Old Testament behind? It's important to understand all the times that these people have been ruled. You know, we talked a lot about the Babylonian exile, and it changed things significantly for the believers of this religion. It's also when they started to amalgamate and combine and collect all of their written and oral materials. In essence, it's kind of when the Bible as we think about it, or at least most of the Old Testament, is compiled and created. But then you have what follows after those people get home, and things don't match up to the lore and the majesty that was described by their ancestors. It's real everyday life, and yes, they still get their prophets and they still look for meaning, but the presence of God is vastly different and far removed. Now extrapolate that for another 400 years. Prophets coming and going, people reading and reinterpreting these different books and collections of messages. Everyone always awaiting a messianic figure to come and fulfill supposed prophecy, which many did. Many before Jesus, many at the same time as Jesus, and many after Jesus. And because of this, you get some different break-off and sects within Judaism in and of itself. And we see that even in the New Testament Gospels, when we see the difference between the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Essenes. There are many other groups that were splintering and differing over different understandings of the teaching of the law and the expectation of what a messianic figure would look like or when he would be coming, etc. On top of that, you add into the mix things like Greek and Roman rule. We saw the influence from the Persians during the Babylonian exile, and now we see Greco-Roman influence like crazy in the New Testament, which of course, I mean, even the original language of the New Testament is Greek. That's going to change things. We have to understand the other myths and stories that were floating around at that time, the other philosophies that were at play. You can't help it as a culture, when you're taken over as another culture, to have influence spread, to have stories combined and ideologies and philosophies mixed and evolving. And for anyone that has really studied the Old Testament, it's so clear because it has to be this huge reframe to make Jesus fit. What was predicted in the Old Testament, if we can even say that these kinds of things were predicted, because most of the time what counts as Old Testament prophecy pointing towards Jesus is pointing towards something very specific at that time. But insofar as we can say, okay, yep, they are talking about a future king to come, Jesus meets so little of those qualifications that, of course, the spiritual leadership at the time didn't accept Jesus. He didn't match up with Scripture, which is what we are supposed to test against. And when you really understand that, and then you see these gospel accounts,